Hello. Hello to the people. Hello. Okay. So if this bug happens again, we will at least tell the people. Dang it. Internal compiler error, the file failed to compute the element type of this array before a subscript. Okay. Now, let's fix the actual problem. It's already gotten noticeably harder to find programming jobs. Well, welcome to the story of the next year, at least, probably 2 years. It will continue to get harder. It will continue to get harder to find programming jobs, probably around the world, but certainly in the USA. You're in Israel. Okay. What's inflation like in Israel right now? Because that's a big component of why the boom is ending. Although part of it is just that, you know, economics are kind of connected now across the world. It's crazy that in the meantime, game studios have a really time hiring good programmers for certain jobs like networking or rendering. Well, the problem is, as you've seen, seemingly everybody who does networking is tainted by web crap now for some reason. I don't know why that happened, but it did. So, like, it's hard to find people who do networking who don't want to put everything in a fucking JSON file for some reason. Or a protobuf. I'm cleaning up my desk a little bit here. There's just too much stuff on it. You don't even want to know what this looks like around my work area. It's insane. I've got 4 things of peanuts and cashews. I've got 3 jars of honey. I've got cookies. It's just, what is happening? I've got a Steam Deck I've got my gamepad case. Here's the actual gamepad. We will put the gamepad in the gamepad case. I've got two power supplies for a laptop that no longer works. I've got Loctite Thread Locker Blue. I've got a spare webcam. I've got 9 kinds of tea. I've got my USB wristband from the 2008 Game Developers Conference that featured on the stream some time ago. Like, what is even literally happening now? I don't know. The world is insane. Why don't I try some video games made in India sometime? Well, if I knew of... So the problem is I don't even like most games made in the US, right? But if I knew of games made in India that I thought I might like, I would definitely try them out. It's just I don't know what those are. Currently looking to buy a new laptop, and they all suck. Yes, that is true. Did I say 3 jars of cookies? No, I have 1 very large jar of cookies. There are 2 others in the other room, though. But in this room, there's only 1 big jar of cookies. There's 3 jars of honey. That might be what you were thinking of. Okay. There's like loose screws from this PC. There's a frickin' Samsung Evo 2 terabyte SSD that I tried to put in this machine, and I couldn't figure out how to put it in because like there are these drive bays built into the case, and I just couldn't. They've got like some kind of, it looks like it's supposed to slide in and out, the little drive racks. I couldn't figure out how to move them so that I could put the drive in. Like, what kind of a case is that when you can't even, it's like spends all this weight giving you these, it's got an entire drive bay area and I can't even figure out how it works. And then I tried searching on the web about this case and like nobody has this exact case. Like, I don't know. So it's very sad. Okay. All right, so when we do the type check, let's just see what expression, is it a regular subscript? Wait. From emit L value. Okay, it's an array subscript. It's just a regular, it's a regular array subscript. Are we running with no jobs? Let's see. No. Okay, so now we have this number. Is this a custom operator or is it? I don't think it is, right? It's items. Items is just a struct. This is just an array. Yeah, so this is not anything even crazy. Whoops. How do I go back to the previous search? Sucks, dude. This interface. How can they invest so much in this program and you can't even do basic shit like go to the previous match? And like, which button in this search box takes me to the previous match? Do I have to do... Ah, there we go. Okay. I'm just going to use the function keys, thanks. Infer types for custom operator. That is not what we want. No. No. Okay, infer types for binary. If it's an array element type. Okay. Yes, I believe we are missing a thing here. Oh, my tater tots are ready to go in the oven. It has preheated. But before we do that, so need types, we need sized to build. Yeah, it needs size to build. We need to call this. What this says is, because we do out of order compilation, it's like, okay, before you can build the bytecode for this function, certain things need to exist, right? And we're not telling it when we do a subscript. So I think that just fixes the bug right there. Boom. Easy clap. Let me go put my tater tots in. Back in a second. Okay, chat, I need your help. In 25 minutes, we need to take the tater tots out of the oven. At 9:40 my time. All right, so we easy clap that bug. I will reply, this is fixed in the next beta. Thanks for the report. We're gonna, like this will be fine, but we're just gonna run the tests. Hopefully it'll be fine. There is a small probability that like, it's not fine. Dude, this shell, dude, it drives me nuts. All right. So we're gonna run that. OpenSUSE is also good. No Linux distribution is good. Just stop. I'm gonna call the misinformation police on anyone who says a Linux distribution is good. None of them are good. They're all worse than Slackware was in 1992. Hey, look. All right. Fixed. Fixed array subscript not placing a type dependency. Whatever. Somebody will figure out what that means. Hey, look. That's cool. I pressed OK, and then this new window in the Windows operating system, which is all about Windows going to the right place, popped up underneath this other window. That's cool. Like, because that's the best place for me to read the text is when it's underneath. They can't even fucking stack windows. That's where we're at. Like, what is happening? What is happening? It's hard to make a good OS that pleases everyone and supports everything. There's a confusion of terms there. You're using the word OS to mean something that it doesn't mean. Okay, that is one bug down. Bug down, bug down. Compiler modify procedure causes internal error when using -plug iprof. Delete or add anything to this repro code and then it doesn't crash anymore. Okay, well, let's see. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Why don't I see my Emacs? Did I close my Emacs? What is happening? Oh, it's down there. What? Okay, guys. What is going on? Windows used to have a frickin' option that's like, when you open the program, put the opened program on the icon for the non-opened program, right? So that if I opened Emacs, this live one would go here and this terminal one would go here. And like, it doesn't do that anymore. Like, what? Why? Combine always. Like, what? Isn't it because it's not exactly? No, then why is the terminal doing it too? Is it just because the terminal's an asshole and Emacs is an asshole? Is that what's happening? For Emacs, you need to point at run Emacs. I am pointing at run Emacs.exe, dude. Look. Run emacs.exe. Taskbar set combine never. What? Why would we set combine to never? Oh my God, that's horrible. Where are you getting the... What is happening? Why would I ever want that? Oh my God. Okay. That's really what I want, is text of the program description up in my taskbar. For some reason, that's part of the option. Oh my God. Dude, computers just need to be deleted. This is just embarrassing for everybody involved at this point. And this isn't even Windows 11. Windows 11 is so bad I can't even use it at all. All right. So this is so bad people can't use it at all. So let's see what's going on. Well, we didn't get an internal compiler error like he said. Let's try release. Maybe it's the same bug that I just fixed. I don't know. I'm not getting an error from this. Found the compiler crash while trying to use iProf. You know what? It could be literally... Although, it doesn't look like it. Oh, right. Okay, never mind. Right. While trying to use iProf. Duh. Okay, there we go. There we go. Let's figure it out. Let's figure it out. Boom. It's almost like I didn't read the email. Oops, wrong. We want debug. Debug, debuge. Make statement be live in data scope. Parent is not equal to null. We have a scope. Something is in the root scope. And we're going live. That seems... Is this actually a block? Yes. Okay, this is maybe just a block for which we are not setting the parent. All right. That's an easier clap. Debug stamp is here. We set that. We set that. We compile. And we say, where does this block come from? We're importing it. Okay. We import a block. The arguments block of a struct. Wait, source block. There's probably that. Okay. So we're just not setting this. Let me look back at the code here. Right, so it's one of these structs. Let's see. I guess we don't have a frickin' name for it. We could go up, because this is being imported inside a declaration somewhere. Although we should know the line number from here, line 12. So it's literally this declaration for D. It's inside another struct. And so we need to set the scope correctly. And I'm looking at the wrong code here. So how do we know what the frickin' current scope is? We don't. I see. So this is kind of a problem. Oh no, import blocks. There we go. There we go. Import blocks. Yes. Okay. None of these blocks are fucking hooked up correctly, which goes to show that we never really exercised this code path. Actually, no, we don't know this. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Let's go to a real editor. So can't type. So we're just setting things up. What am I doing? It's like my brain, it's like I have Neuralink in my brain and all the things are interfering with my neurons. Okay. Oh my God, this is such a pain in the ass. I really should simplify this with conventions. Okay. Okay. Result singular. Hey, this is fixed in the next beta, which I guess I'm going to ship tonight. All right. So I'm not even putting these in the changelog. Oops, fixed. Broken importation of structs. Via compiler modify procedure, etc. What was the previous thing? Fixed incorrect code generation in some cases of subscripting arrays. That was a biggie. That was a biggie. Okay. Let's test this puppy again. Bug 2 down. Bug 2. Don't you wish Microsoft fixed bugs at a rate of at least 2 a day? Dude, stream has been going for 33 minutes. We spent half the stream talking about tater tots and how many jars of honey are on my desk. And we've still got 2 bugs fixed, which is more than Microsoft. Okay. Let's take that W. Boom. They express their concerns, though. Oh, yes, I bet. Okay. Should I keep doing bugs or should I add? Compiler is confused error on type mismatch. Let's see this one. You know what? No, let's not worry about it. Okay. Internal compiler error. We're trying to report what the reason was, why this overload was not matched, but the compiler is confused and did not report an error. And then we fail an assertion after that. So that assertion is not necessarily helpful. It might be, it might not be. 5 minutes until food. Oh my God. How did time go that fast? Okay. Let's look at the error message. Actually, let's stop at that. Compiler is confused. Compiler is confused. Okay, let's just stop there. Let's stop there. Let's just stop right there. We're trying to report what the reason was, why this overload was not matched, but the compiler is confused and did not report an error. Okay, let's actually look at the code as well. Line 14. Let's try to understand what we're looking at. So, wait. What? That's not. Okay, thanks, Emacs, for not updating. Do stuff with a v3. Okay, and we're passing an anonymous struct literal that is the wrong amount of members. So of course it doesn't match. But because the type is not concrete, okay. Okay. This could be really annoying, guys. I might need some tater tot calories for this one. This feature of having anonymous literals and trying to make it work everywhere, it's really more complicated than you would think. It's really one of the bigger sources of complexity in the compiler. Ay. Okay. So well, so we sort arguments. Wait, where's our compiler? Is confused down there. So, okay, we don't want that. We want okay, let's just step through the whole thing. So call is this guy. So we're just going to break here. I mean, really, this is probably not necessary even. We could just set the breakpoint because we shouldn't be reporting for anything else. Okay, so we've got some overloads. Oh, oh, fuck. This is probably a state reset problem. Okay, so we get our first overload. I hope it's not a state reset problem, but I almost guarantee it is. Okay. Yeah, okay. This is extra bad, guys. This is combined with another problem that also sucks. Which is that when we match these anonymous struct literals, here, when they fail to match, I need to set their type to something. So I set it to void. And then there's special code in the compiler that says if it's void, do stuff, which is partly what we're looking at here. And this is just kind of nonsense. Bad error message will be produced here. Maybe the line must be drawn here. Maybe. Let's just see what we do. Let's continue to investigate this error, but just like last night, we finally went and did the charm thing in the game and cleaned that up. Maybe we finally clean up bad error message will be produced here. Although maybe it's one of these things where I need to like take a shower and think about it and then come back. But it feels like time because this is something that has been in the compiler for a while that I'm not happy about. Now, if it's a struct literal, wait, I don't clear the inferred type. So let's see. So we're not using L value expressions because we're just, so using L value expressions is like, are we using the names of the members in here or not? Reminder for the oven stuff. Yeah, I'm just going to let them cook an extra couple minutes. But yes, I should go get them. So, because I put them on aluminum foil instead of a pan, and that doesn't transmit heat the same way. Okay, so here, even though we're not using L-value expressions, we have them because we assigned them to the member declarations. So that's a little bit weird nomenclature. Now, we are checking the type of each thing. That one matched. That one matched. We just literally don't. Our R value cursor is 2. That's not far enough. So we're doing something different here than we did last time. I see. Here's the thing. I told you it's a state reset error. Such trash. Okay. I'm going to write down the bad error message will be produced here because, like I said, maybe this is the day that we do it. But here we are just going to say, bro, not enough values provided in the struct literal. Here is the struct type. We were looking for a value to assign to this entry when we ran out of values. But now we have value that we're going to deliver to the people. This is fixed for the next beta. Thanks for the report. Okay. Again, we're going to test, even though this is going to be totally fine. The deal is, okay, let me explain what just happened there. There's a bunch of code that runs to decide if your arguments to your function are correct or not, right? Clearly, you want to have type checking and all that. And some of that is just looking at the values and saying if they're right, but a lot of that is like figuring out what values are assigned to where and what corresponds to what. And that involves some state. And some of the error reporting happens when computing that state. But if it's overloads, then it's okay. You don't want to report an error if the overload doesn't match because some other overload maybe matches. You only want to report an error to the user if they're trying to call a function and none of them match, right? And so what we do is we call it in silent mode, right, the first time, where we say don't report errors, just return false if it doesn't match. And then we go back later if none of them match, and then we try calling all of them again in non-silent mode, and that reports errors. And the problem is, if we don't reset the state correctly so that all the work gets done again, then we might not do some of the code that would have reported the error. Now, many modern compilers written by people who don't care how long things take probably wouldn't do it this way. They probably would like report the errors, but then just have them go nowhere. And the problem is reporting those errors involves string formatting that takes time and all this stuff, right? And that would make the compiler slower. So we don't do it that way, but it is a source of bugs sometimes. All right, I'm gonna go get the tater tots out of the oven. What if there's a type mismatch? Then we say there's a type mismatch. Would it complain about the number of fields first? No. Let's show what would happen. Look, this is the string 2 instead of the number 2. Oh, no, it says number of values first. Okay. I'm surprised by that result, but that's okay. They're both wrong. Can't you push the error info to a stack and report it at a later time? I mean, now you're talking about having an entire extra representation of errors that can be stored in data form that somehow has enough scope to cover every error that could be reported. That sounds kind of nuts. Yes, of course you could do that, but do you want to? Okay, guys. I did not think it was possible to mess up tater tots, but I regret to inform you I may have done this. When it was time to preheat the oven, I took them out of the freezer and I just had them sitting next to the oven. And I was like, yeah, they'll thaw a little bit, but they're frozen. What's the big deal? And like, they thawed enough that they're kind of falling apart and not crunchy. I didn't think that that would be a difference. Would it be useful to test it with a V2 overload of do stuff? Yeah, we could do that. You have no idea what tater tots are? What, are you like a communist? What's going on? You're just French, so yeah, you're a communist. Like what? Dude, we see all these worker protests that happen in France every day, despite the fact that France is the most left-wing country in Western Europe. France's worker protection laws are so extreme that companies in France are uninvestable. I know because I've invested in one. And yet still it's just like constant complaints that it's not enough. An air fryer is a worthy investment. Yeah, maybe so. Let me go get some more. I'm gonna get some more soggy tots onto my plate. Pass me a sec. Yeah, worker protection laws in France are so extreme. That they end up actually hurting workers a lot of the time. So one of the laws that we were running into, because we were trying to fund a small game company that was running lean, as companies often do. And I forget the exact period of time, but the law was something like, if you're a company in France and you do not have enough cash in the bank right this second to pay everybody for 3 months, plus all your other expenses and all these things, you have to shut down the company and lay everybody off. And it's like, that's so brutal, and it just like, it just makes it so hard to run a company, especially a startup. I don't remember if it was exactly 3 months or 2 months, but it's some period of time like that. It might even be longer. But the problem is when you force these companies to shut down, now there's fewer jobs. And fewer jobs means not only less economic opportunity for people who want to work, but it also means that workers have less bargaining power because there's more supply for work and less demand for work because there aren't enough jobs. So like you're constricting the demand for jobs in that way, or the supply of jobs. I don't know. You could see it either as supply demand or demand supply, but the point being, restricting the number of jobs is not a good idea. It's bad for everybody. Germany, you basically can fire people only in the first 6 months or if they break the law. Yeah, that's rough. Laws like that make it hard to hire people too. In the USA, even, people are worried about firing people it's not illegal, but like you feel like you're going to get sued anytime you fire someone. So you have to be very careful about it. And it leads to this very paranoid atmosphere, right? So with companies in the US, anytime now somebody starts maybe performing badly such that you think that eventually you might want to fire them, you now have to open a dossier on them and start recording everything that they do wrong. Because then if you get sued, you can justify that it was for performance reasons that you fired them and not like discrimination or whatever. And that's just a very bad mental state to be in. Like opening a dossier and recording all the problems with the person who works for you it's not a good mindset for good relations, but it is what companies in the US have to do now. And then, so if you were a very small company, like when I was just a random programmer dude and I decided to make this game called Braid, right? I didn't have a real company. I didn't want to have employees, but I did need some help with the game. So I paid people as contractors, which is, you know, a lighter weight relationship that doesn't involve all this company baggage. And now the problem with that is states like California are outlawing that. Like you can't do that now. It's like, what the hell? So like I wouldn't have been able to do Braid in California probably anymore. It's illegal now. And the reason they do that is like, well, they have this paranoid view where they're like, oh, companies are doing that to avoid paying things like, you know, benefits and workers' comp insurance and whatever. And that's not very communist to not pay those things. So we have to force companies to pay those things. And the way you force them to do that is by having everyone be an employee and not have contractors. But the thing is, none of that frickin' matters because if you're a contractor, you're in business for yourself. And if you want insurance, you buy it. And then that just increases the cost of the contracting, but that's fine because the market works that out. Like it still happens. It's just not forced to happen, but they want to force it to happen. So it's like, I don't know. California is digging its own grave, man. That's all. That's all. You can assure me they're not communists at the top. In California, they are. As someone who lived in California for decades, yes, they are in California communists at the top. Except Gavin Newsom. He doesn't... he doesn't actually believe anything. He's just saying whatever he needs to say to become president, which I hope never happens. But all the people in like the state assembly and all that, they're just full-on communists. How bad is it working with contractors from outside the USA? That's actually easy. Actually, I'm not even sure. We're not in California anymore, so if California has a problem with that, I don't know. But just as someone in the US, if you want to work with contractors outside the US, that's just a regular business-to-business thing. You just pay them. And, you know, probably they're in Europe and they have a lot of annoying European tax laws to deal with, but that is their issue. It's not your issue. Okay, so we were going to test having a V2 overload for this, right? And this should compile fine. And it does. That's great. But I'm going to make a regression test out of this. Because we didn't do that for the last couple things. But like, let's do one here. Tests. Let's put it in fails because it's not supposed to compile correctly. And we're going to call this one overload anonymous struct. That's not necessarily a good name, but. And then we have to tell the test program what it's supposed to output. Not enough values. Okay, so this should fail. Oops. Tests fails. Overload anonymous struct. And it should fail with not enough values. Isn't that everyone's problem? Not enough values? What is it like working with people from Germany when it comes to health insurance tax? I mean, anytime things are cross-country like that, you hire that person as a contractor and they deal with all the things from their country because you can't, like, we can't do any kind of Germany tax or anything because we have no legal presence or standing. We do not exist as far as German law is concerned, because we have no existence there, right? He's in Austria, right? But you said Germany, so we're going to take Germany as an example. Because we do not exist insofar as Germany is concerned, we couldn't do anything there if we wanted to. So you have two choices. Either you become a multinational corporation and open a headquarters in Germany and now comply with all German law all the time, which is very, very hard as a small company to do that in many places. Or you do this contractor relationship. And that's why the contractor relationship is so valuable, because you're a business in your country, you're paying somebody else who's their own business in their country, and you take care of your country's laws and they don't have to worry about your country's laws, and they take care of their country's laws and you don't worry about their country's laws, right? And that's just necessary in order for anything to work. So anyone who wants to outlaw contracting is like going to destroy the ability to do anything between countries, which honestly may be happening soon anyway. So I don't know, man. Okay. No, not Sokoban. We're checking in the compiler. Close! Dude, don't ever make software that does this. Oh, I'm reading files, so you can't close my program. All right, thank you. Yes. What did we even do? Fix and a lack of error message when resolving overloads with anonymous struct arguments. Guys, it's been an hour-long stream. We spent most of the time complaining about how much honey is on my desk and how soggy the tater tots are. And complaining about France and California. Very little time programming. We've still fixed 3 bugs. Also maybe testing do stuff 0A. Yeah. Let's do that. Oh yeah, let's comment that out. Yeah, so it's fine. It's the same. And if we put enough, oh, well now it's, let's make it a float. There we go. One digital currency, dude. The cost of living is different between Germany and the USA. The pay is different. So will the payment be US-like or will it be adjusted to low German pay? I mean, in general, if you're working as a contractor and being paid by a US company, you're being paid US-like rates, right? And you're being paid contractor rates, which are higher than employee rates by a lot. So it's actually very lucrative. Yeah, but that's the thing is as a contractor, you are in business for yourself. And so as One Lives Left says in chat, it's whatever rate you manage to negotiate. But, you know, these companies are used to paying US rates for things, unless they're like this kind of company that's trying to outsource things to India and China or whatever, but you don't work with those, right? Yeah. The Industrial Revolution and its consequences. Let's skip over that one. Okay. Did I reply to this beta user? I don't feel like I did. Maybe I did. Oh, I did. I replied to it, I think, before the tater tots. Okay, I need to remember, I have an email from a beta user. And I need to remember how Syscall stuff works in the assembly. Okay. Okay. I'm just going to fire off. You guys cannot see this, but I'm going to fire off a reply. Okay. So the situation is that various operating systems have different Syscall conventions, and ASM is only about the CPU. It's different Syscall conventions regarding which registers are modified, etc. And ASM is only about the CPU. at least one thing relevant to the situation at the CPU. So we provide a way to manually indicate these as mentioned way back in the change log. Yeah, he's not using the syscall instruction. Let me know if this sufficiently clarifies things. Okay, so that was just a reply to a beta user. Okay. Here we have a feature request, which is someone's trying to do cross compilation, which we want to support better over time. And he is trying to tell LLVM what the float ABI should be. And also wants a thread local storage option. So I need to figure out how to pass these things to LLVM. And let's even go. Oops, God, I fucking hate this. All right. So we already have like the target triple or whatever. Target triple, system CPU, features. So I'm guessing that it's not in any of these categories and we need to add more things. Does anyone know about this in chat? About passing float ABI? Like what is, how do we indicate this? I do not see the string float ABI in my search results. Dude, I hate everything about trying to figure out LLVM. Target options. What's up with the subscriber Discord thing? Oh, is it broken? If it's not working, that's the first that I have heard. I think only one of the channels is currently marked subscriber only, though. Like a few of them are public, or the chat channels on the Discord server. March. But we're not talking about command line options exactly. Right? Okay, let's go look at, so we have these things, right? And then we go to LLVM converter, and where do we pass these? Target system triple. So we call why? I guess we also look at this somewhere else. Target triple. Okay, so we passed that to like lower to obj. So this is just getting a default triple for us in these various cases. LLVM : target options. So we just literally say opts is nothing. Okay, we simply do not provide a way to set this. At all. Okay. Is this a thing that has a string interface the way the target triple does? I assume so. Okay. So we were already looking at target options. Target options. Oh boy, we love this. We love the arrows with the dotted lines. This is very helpful. Thank you. Target options. Attributes. Target options. Does someone like subclass from this? Someone's linking me this. No, that's literally the page that I'm looking at. Thank you. No, thank you. This is literally the page that I'm already looking at. It has a link to the member. But I don't want the link to the member. I want... What I want right now to be maximally lazy is just some string interface to this. Because I don't... Like, they have something where they translate command line options into all this, right? That's what I want. Because I don't want to deal with building a parallel representation for all these things. That's trash. What just happened? Stop. You pass in Cortex M7, FP64, FPARM, V8, FPRegs, FP2, blah, 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 right? That all makes sense. I mean, I don't know what all those particular options do, but yeah. So if we can figure out how to go from a string to target options, convert string to target options. String ref, target machine class reference. How is it so impossible to search for anything on the internet anymore? Like, I literally have no... Okay, this is completely useless. Update for LLVM. Tutorial, creating an LLVM backend. Okay, great. Target options. LLVM target machine passing the options. All this example code is a bunch of fucking boilerplate just passing arguments to other. Who actually writes code anymore? This is just like functions passing arguments to other functions. Reset target options. Okay. Target triple, CPU, standard make unique, CPU 0 subtarget. I don't know what that means, but subtarget feature. God, this is so much code to do nothing. What is this? This is like... This looks like it's GPT-3 generated code. Like, look at the scroll bar. Yeah. Oh, I see. I see how much scroll there is. Okay. Let me just see what the crabs are saying. Target options. Oh, that's a Rust specific target options. Dude, I'm ready to give up and quit programming. What is even happening? Like, why are the LLVM people can't even be bothered to document anything? Init target options from code gen flags. That sounds promising. Okay, this gives us a default target options for that triple. We don't want that, but it's related to what we want. So we want something else that returns a target options from a different string. Like, I want to know who returns a target options. What are the functions like this that return a target options? Yeah, Google searches are almost useless now. It's so weird. My use of Google to search for things has dropped dramatically because I never can find anything anymore. Like, that has to be impacting their revenue if other people are having the same experience, right? Like, I literally just don't Google search for stuff unless I absolutely have to. Target options, : features. Features. Get feature stir. Oh. Is there a set features stir there's no set features stir string ref feature. Oh, wait. Set function attributes. Command line flags interface. Line 635. Remember how we fixed like 3 bugs in 10 minutes and now we're stuck in the LLVM swamp of bullshit? All right. Set function attributes based on CPU features and command line flags. CPU features. But CPU is part of the target triple, right? So then I have to figure that out. And I don't even know if this sets the things that we want. Like, what is the features string? Okay, this looks like they're talking about floating point features. Zig actually parses a string and puts them into a list. I mean, like, we have to do what we have to do. What I want to know what the LLVM people say is how you're supposed to do this. That's how ridiculous our situation is right now. I would like to know. So the LLVMpeople.com wrote some code that they intend for me to use in their API to tell them how to handle floating point stuff. They have done that. I would like to know what they did and what they want me to do. That's all. I just want to know, when you put in all that work to write all this code that you wanted me to use, how do I use this work that you did? That's all. It's just a very basic question. It needs dash float ABI equals whatever option. Yeah, how do I pass that option? That's what I'm asking. Target options feature says the list of target specific features to enable or disable. Let's see if we have any features. Okay, so, well, wait, we have this target system features thing. Dude, we can get cryptocurrency. Create target machine, CPU feature. So we pass these features. So is it the case? Is it the case that they could already do this? with target system features. Okay. Does target system features have the float ABI option in it? Is the question. Yeah, this is going to be a completely useless search. No, I don't want to tour Acrobat. Parse target args. Look at all these windows I have open, dude. Parse target args. Args. I'm ready to just give up and jump out a window. This is so stupid. I mean, is this do anything that we can? I can't. So we're doing create target machine. Let's look up that one. Did you know you can just create an entire computer by calling create target machine? Okay. Create target machine. The machine. God, this is such garbage pretend documentation. Okay, well, the target options, is this an output? It's passed as a reference. So are we initializing this options? Probably. Okay. Probably. That is my guess because it is passed by reference. Where does opt go after that? Nowhere. We literally throw it away, but maybe that's fine if it goes into the target machine. You did have the option to pass command line parameters, but you removed it IIRC. I have no idea what you mean. I'm so angry right now. Parse command line options. There was a field in build options for passing arguments to LLVM, but it didn't work. So are command line options separate from all these things, or do they overlap? Right? Like what's... It seems that features is a sibling to target options. I am about to rage delete LLVM from the compiler right now. I'm not going to because people still get a lot of use out of it. But dude, I'm so close. I could like, my finger is hovering over the delete file key. Set target feature string. How, like, okay. Gee, that looks useful. What does it do relative to all these other strings is my question, for example. And what, like, I want to know, I don't want to know what are all the functions, right? I want to know what am I supposed to do? What is the recommended way to initialize things? I mean, what the functions are is like better than nothing, but not much better than nothing. like this, like what? Look, the implementation of set target feature string is target fs equals standard string fs. That's some fucking rocket science code right there. But like, we already call, we pass it to create target machine. So like, obviously that's the same thing. What I want to know is what goes in the target feature string. And is that even where float stuff goes? And if not, where does it go? Create a target machine. Describe the register set. Describe the instruction set. Describe the selection and conversion from a DAG. This is... None of this is actually what I'm looking for either. What I'm trying to look for is how to talk to an existing one of these. Right? I'm like not even trying to do this. This is like way harder than what I'm trying to do. All right. It looks like I'm going to have to get a 4-year bachelor's degree in LLVM to figure out how to... x86 target info handle target features. No, that's not correct because we're looking at someone who wants to set ARM target features. And if we have to set those, if we have to have a separate call like that for every specific CPU, that's a disaster, right? We're looking for something, hoping that something more generalized exists. The quality is extremely... Oh my God, dude. Yeah, I'm ready to quit programming for the day, honestly. I'm so angry. This is such a waste of everybody's time. It's like they mean well, but it's such a waste of everybody's time. So this is fine, right? But it's not what we're trying to do. Like, I just want to know how to use the API. That's all. just want to use the API. Dealing with floating point support, which appears to differ from GCC and the LLVM API standards. This is from May 28th of this year, or is it May 28th of an unknown year? We don't even know. Okay, it's version 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So it's pretty recent post. I don't even know. What is the current LLVM version? 315. All right. We're using 11 in our compiler because we only update once in a while because it's so painful to update. Okay, so okay. These are very C compiler specific concerns. Yeah, this is just running the C compiler with these options. Not really relevant to what we're doing. So I feel like in my heart that it should be in this feature string that is already here. But I don't know. I would like to get a list. Can I get a web page or any kind of document that tells me what are the options that go in CPU and what are the options that go in features? And I realize that these may change, like features probably changes based on target triple and or CPU. That's fine. I would still like a page that says what they typically are or examples for specific CPUs. That is what I want to know. Even before, because I don't even know if I should be putting it in here or if I should be putting it somewhere else. Okay, someone has just linked this. I mean, this is fine. This is -m whatever. Fine, but where does this go? This is when you pass -m to the compiler. Right, great. What happens with that? Where does it go? We all know that you can pass -m on the command line to the compiler. That is fine. That is great. Do I have someone on the LLVM team to talk to directly? No. No, I do not. That function modifies the features. What function? Oh wait, this is a different link. Get arm target features. If ABI is equal to this, so this is making a feature string for, okay. Wait. So if we say C-MF, this is like the inverse of what we're trying to do, right? But that still contains information. So this is so trashy right here. Lol. Okay. I mean, not that I haven't written exactly this code for other things, but still, it's so trashy. So, WAFBU and WASPU and WAHDIV so these are in A. What is A? It's filtered from like these variable names are completely inscrutable. That's problem number one. Okay, well, it says here, the part that looks like you would put it in features says it doesn't work. So what are we supposed to think of that? Found this function. LLVM disassemble. What? Why are you linking me to LLVM C disassembler.html? What? What is even going on in chat? How many drugs is chat taking? And why are they? Oh my goodness. All right. Looking for options.float ABI type in target options. This is where it eventually puts it into target options. Let's see. Let's see what chat is telling me now. Okay. Wait, why is this ... Is that the point that you're linking? Line 471. Okay. If float ABI for calls is not equal to default, options float ABI type. Okay, float ABI for calls. Where does that come from? Is this like a global, like what's going on? Float ABI. This is the first mention of this. It's the only mention of this variable in this entire file. Options.float ABI type. Okay, let's look at that for a second. What is options? Can I even figure out what options is? Target, oh, it's right there. So this is a target options. It's on target options. So why is target string not fine for passing that? Can I search for this? Is this in this file? Nope. But we're... I mean, it sure looks like this float ABI type is in the target options. Hey, we're back here. Float ABI type. The setting is set by option is grammatically incorrect, but that's okay. Soft or hard. Default selects the target's default behavior. Soft float ABI type. Okay. So do I just go back to... It looks to me, after opening 20,000 browser tabs, that you just set this through the target string, right? Like, oh, I guess we're back to this question of like, does this initialize the target options? Or what? So we have this command line. Okay, so I'm looking here for old code. Parse command line options. Right. This is the old code we were talking about. That didn't actually do anything. Do we need this? What is... Can I do tm options.float ABI type equals x after creating the target machine? I mean, maybe. Is that the right way to do it, though? Like, because, yeah, so here's the thing. We are just trying to provide to the user of the compiler as unmitigated a channel for talking to LLVM as we can give them, right? So we want to say, here's how you pass all the LLVM options you could possibly want to pass. And I don't want to have to parse those myself or assign them to enums that I even know what they are or anything, because if I do that, then my failure to be incomplete in doing that now stands in the way of people being able to talk to LLVM the way that they want. All I'm trying to do is very simple conceptually, right? You could pass whatever options you want to LLVM. Let me just let you do that. That's all I want to do at the end of the day. All I want to do, simplest thing in the world. I don't know how to do it. And the documentation is a giant maze of nonsense, and I can't ever figure it out. It's insane. Pretty sure LLVM API is not a feature. So do I use this parse command line options thing? I don't know. Has leaf 7 and EB. Why are you linking me to the body mass index of x86? Okay, so right, so feature flags. These are the regular old feature flags of like, what does the CPU support? So I understand what that is. That's fine. How did feature come in? I thought we were talking about target options. Oh, that was the feature string. That right, that's this. Okay. That helps narrow it down. So this is like instruction level feature flags. Okay. So this is like, you could look at these three strings as starting general and getting more specific and then getting more specific, if I'm interpreting this correctly. So then is this options an input parameter? Like, I don't even know. Like I said, it gets passed by reference and not const reference. But that doesn't mean it's not an input parameter. You see this in target select. You mean a line of code exactly like the line of code that I'm looking at? Oh, chat. Oh, chat. It's like exactly the line of code that I'm looking at. Okay, so here we were manually setting some options. This implies that you can set the options and they take effect later, which is not obvious from that call. If you try the feature string without the commas, what? No, the features, I think we have determined that the feature string is not what we are talking about, right? So the ABI that you use to pass values around is a conceptually different thing than what features does the CPU support, right? So I feel like ABI flags, and again, this is just what's in my heart based on the lack of documentation. I feel like it doesn't fit into any of these categories. I feel like it's got to be in here, right? And so my question is, how do I generate a target options from a string? which was the question at the start of this. And we're just confirming that that's the question, I guess. Create target machine take const reference. Wait, really? I didn't see a const. Create target machine. Wait, there's a const there. Why did I not see the const? Okay. No, that's good. I must have been looking at something else somewhere. So this is an input-only parameter. That's good. So this is not being initialized. Okay, this is clarifying. So what this means is when we set opts to empty brackets up here, where's that? Here. Let's move this. Like literally, it doesn't get set at all. So this is also not getting initialized. Now, we were setting them a la carte down here, so I guess you could do that too, but it seems like you're not intended to do this. It seems like you're intended to fill this out and pass it. Okay, so target options. Target, oh God, look at this constructor right here. Why do people still write constructors like this? Since C++ 11, we've had frickin' member variable initialization. Like, what is your problem? Maybe these are in a parent class and you can't do it. I don't know. Okay. Disable frame pointer, unsafe F. These look like the kinds of things that people would be interested in. Okay, so how do I make one of these? That's, again, I Google searched before, make target options from string, and I was thwarted by lack of such a search result. Like, never mind that most of these are false, so you could mem set the whole struct to 0 in one line, and then set a few members to true, and you're done, right? But no, we have to do this trash. Like, what is happening? What is happening? Couldn't init bit fields with initializers. Yeah. But I also think in C++, maybe they changed this. Maybe they fixed it, but if you're like a subclass, you can't initialize parent class members in your, like, you know, where you put your declarations, right? Like you had to do that in a constructor. I don't know. Okay, so I was confused for a little bit, but it sure looks like I just want to know what function takes a string and returns a target options if such a thing exists. And maybe that's this command line parsing thing. So I remember I commented this out, and it was because It was because like nothing was happening with this. So maybe some code, maybe when this was written, there was some code that passed this somewhere and then that got deleted at some point and that was the mistake. Okay, why did I click on more Doxygen? Parse command line options. This is completely useless, dude. So does it just put stuff into globals? Maybe, okay, maybe I commented this out because it looks like it doesn't do anything, but in reality it creates a fuckload of side effects based on your command line options. But then I don't know how to get those into things like the options string struct thing. Parse command line option collects options in an options map in the command line parser class. Okay, hold on. So we want to know about target options. Is that, if that's in the command line parser class, it sounds like we're not going to be so lucky. It sounds like we're going to have an options, but maybe target options is a substruct of options. So I mean, I feel like options is going to be a bunch of crap that's generic, right? Like it's going to be an array of these bullshits right here. Dude, why have we turned programming into this? This is insane. Parse command, okay. This is like a totally generic option parser that has nothing to do with anything we care about, as far as I can tell. Here's option. Option is just like, here's what the argument is. So there's like no semantics here. This is not what we want. Unless we take the output of this and hand it to something else that then gives us what we want. But this is just converting command line strings into a data structure that nobody understands. Okay, let's just read target options.h for a bit. Maybe we'll understand something. Okay, target specific soft float, hard float. Those are like what we want. That's great. Jump table, cool. Thread model, oh, nice. Basic block, whatever. EB. I don't know what that means. Identify a debugger for tuning the debug info. That could be useful. And our favorite constructor. Like, how does anyone think that that's code? Like, what is even happening in life? Okay. Unsafe math, FP math, etc. Great. These are all things that we want to set. This is good. So we know where these are. I should have just... Guys, I need help from chat. Next time we're doing an LLVM stream and you see me clicking on Doxygen pages, just everybody type stop in all caps in the chat. Just stop. And then in lowercase type, just go read the header file. Okay? Because this is so much more informative than the stupid pages we've been clicking around on. This actually has some information in it, unlike the other stuff. Like the Doxygen pages are just LARPing. Okay, so this is fine. This tells us that we want this. It doesn't tell us how to get this from a string, and that's sort of the sag. There has to be a thing that takes a string and gives us this. And now we're down to Google search not working again. Let's try DuckDuckGo. Although didn't they did something heinous lately. To opt table. Let's just search target machine.h for target options. Default options. That's in target machine, okay. Reset target options. Well, we have run out of ideas here. Wait. LLVM target machine. Nope, we've run out of ideas. Okay. So I was hoping to see something that returns a target options. Please look at line 281 of this. Dude, this is the last time. If this is another bogus link, it's the last time that I click on a link from you, all right? Line 281. What do you want me to look at? Oh my God, this might be the right thing. Whoa, hey, you actually gave me a good link. Hold on. Target, well, I don't know how to get code gen flags. That's very old. Okay, but here's the thing. Maybe we can init target options from other stuff, right? Because like code gen flags, how do I know that this is very old? Does it have something saying that it's old? Why do you say this is, do you just happen to know that this API is very old? And nobody has init target options from. Except this guy. Wait, why am I not using DuckDuckGo? What's going on? Time to grep init target options. I know, that's what... Okay, supposedly this page had... Dude, it's fucking... All right. Yeah, I'm gonna quit programming and just go dance for a living. It's over, guys. It's over, guys. What is MC target options? Is that like MC Hammer? Okay, wait, what did I say about clicking on the Doxygen file? I said just read the header file instead. We're learning. Machine code. Is that a whole different set? Is this in target options? Is it a whole different set of stuff? Wait, where's target options .h? Hold on, we have too many tabs. Let's get the tabs together. Wait, what? Literally, what just happened? I just want to put the lotion in the basket here. Okay, so this is target options.h. This is MC. So does this have MC Hammer in it? Yes. Okay. That's great. Okay, so we understand the relationship of these two things. We still want something that gives us a target options. Yeah, none of this is useful. Like, I literally am unable to ask the internet the question, how do I make a target options? That is just not a thing that we know how to talk about on the internet. I should ask GPT-4, how do I create a target options? DuckDuckGo sucks. I mean, it's better than Google. All right, so someone's linking me grep.app. Init target options from CodeGen flag. All right, well, that's not helping. This is especially not helping. You think you call parse command line options and then init target options from CodeGen flags. That is a plausible thesis. The question is, how do we get the CodeGen flags from the arguments? Because there's a missing step there. Init target options from CodeGen flags. Wait, this takes a target triple. Okay, this is not useful. I mean, it is like, this just gives us what the okay, for some reason you passed the target triple, and I was about to say it just gives you the default for that target triple, but that doesn't look like what it's doing, right? So like it's got getters for all these things. Let's look for one that we care about, like the float ABI type for calls. Great. Can I please, why is this linking me to the Doxygen and not the actual code? Like, whose idea is it that it's more useful to show me this than the actual file where this is? Use this. Okay. So this website uses cookies. Europe. Thank you, Europe. Now, init target options from CodeGen flags. Init target is not even the same page. What are we even looking at here? Xcoff. I don't even know what. Fucking, I hate everything about all of this. What are. I just closed Twitch chat. I just closed every browser on my machine. Wait, no. Close. I'm so angry right now. This is such a goddamn waste of my life. I can't even express to you guys. I can't even express to you guys. I could have worked on energy for a living. I could have worked on rockets. I could have worked on like food for people who don't have enough food. And instead I'm clicking on Doxygen pages because nobody gave enough of a shit to tell me how to do anything. I've been doing this for an hour and a half now, guys. We've been spending longer trying to find out what LLVM even intends us to do than we spent. I remind you, in the first hour of this stream, we fixed 3 compiler bugs. We made tater tots. We talked about how much honey I have and peanuts and game pads and all these things. We were goofing off. We were having a good time. We were fixing a ton of things. And now for 90 minutes, it's been grueling WTF nonstop. Yeah, maybe I just have to get on an LLVM chat line. I have to call 976 LLVM, where hot girls are waiting to talk to me and tell me what is the function that I need to call. That is obviously how things need to be done. $5 per minute. That's a bargain. It's a bargain. Okay. Let's give it one last try. What did we say the last theory was? It was that we're calling init target options we were looking at some code before I closed all my web browsers in Rage, all my 317 browser tabs. We were looking at some code that had a bunch of getters, okay? And those getters went somewhere that we don't know where they were. We could, in theory, search for them, but I don't remember what they are anymore. Okay, but we have this. There's init target options from CodeGen flags. Is that what we were looking at? Oh, God. Hey, guys. Would you like some LLVM documentation? This is seriously their web page, okay? Like, firstly, it doesn't... Like, what? Who... Like, what? Like... How is this not the Onion? How is this not the Onion? Who... Like I said, I could have worked on food for people who are hungry, and I'm fucking sitting here doing this. Okay? This is my life right now. Okay, you're right. You're saying stop. I am clicking on a Doxygen page, and you are saying stop. So we have to go to the header file, and we can get there from here, right? It's init, no, init target. Okay, can we, no. Okay. Okay, so we're back here. This is what we were looking at. God, that's so funny, dude. It's just like this page. It's like, okay, let's just go back here for a second, right? Wait, not even here. Not. Is this not proof that a 5-year-old is in charge of LLVM? Like, doesn't that look like what a 5-year-old would draw? like you give him a piece of paper in class and you're like, it's drawing time. It's drawing time. Let's you do our artistic things. Get float ABI for calls is defined with a macro that uses CL opt. Okay. Well, okay, so, okay, hold on. Now my web browser is not. So now I'm doing the control scroll thing to zoom, and it's not zooming. Do you guys see that percentage going up and down? It's not affecting the size of the text. Why not? I think because the LLVM police don't like, okay, now it affected it. When I moved the window, it affected it, okay? That's how computers work now. Okay, so, all right. Do we have a get float ABI for calls in here? Yes. This was the getter that we are looking at. So we want to know Get float ABI for calls. Get float ABI for call. Okay. No link to the implementation though. Okay. That's cool. We don't need that. I don't know why, like, at some point I should just be in the actual source code as opposed to relying on the web to give me the source code, because that obviously isn't working. Get float ABI. Okay, that's exactly the same code we were looking at. Command flags.cpp. That's what we're in. Line 272. I would have seen it. Oh, float ABI for calls. Template fun. Okay, so this is like a CL opt or whatever. So if I parse the command line, are we saying I have to parse the command line and then somehow use this the get part is the macro. So the parse command line options sets globals. Okay. So what we are saying is we do need the command line options back. So this thing that was commented out. Okay, I commented it out a long time ago because it didn't look like it was doing anything and nobody was using it to do anything. What we're actually saying is this sets some variable somewhere. Okay. This is called debug options, but that's not the right name for it, right? It's just LLVM command line options somehow, right? Okay, so we're going to put this back, and I don't think this debug options exists anymore. Let's see. Hey, we're back in code that is not insane. Yeah, okay, so I'm just going to make a new string here called command line options used to pass misc other options to LVM. Okay, now we have an internal version of this. Options. All right. We should be building debug compiler actually. Okay, so here, parse command line options so that we can extract other data structures from them, I guess. Right? Okay. Now, I don't know why we were putting this into this translated array thing. I don't... But anyway, so we get this. So we're passing... What? What the actual fuck is this code doing? So we're just making char star out of these length delimited strings. Okay, so that's fine. I don't understand. Okay, this was an array before or something. This was a different thing. We're just going to get rid of this. We're just saying C line is 2C string of line. Just of this, of options.command line options. We're going to defer free C line. Okay, that's just one string. All right. Wait, does it want an input? Okay, so let's go read about this. Oh God, we're on a Doxygen page again. Parse command line options. Can we? It's argc, argv, overview. So, oh God. All right, we actually need it to be an array. I guess that's fine. And you know what? In general, we could take one string and split it, but in general, we consider that bad hygiene. So yeah, let me go back to this. Although I don't know why target system features. Okay, anyway. Just become a moose. Dude, moose life would be the good life right now. You know what I'm saying? Moose life? Okay. So I'm going to do this. Okay, hang on. So we got to go back here. Command line options is an array of string. Okay, that's just how that is. So now we get this. So this translated array, okay, so I get what that is. Okay. Now, I always do this, please. Now, this isn't even right, by the way. Like, that's one reason I was so confused. This code is buggy because it doesn't change this at all. All right? All right. Oh, no, I see. It's doing it down here. Like, why was that code written that way? I know the answer, but I will not say. So, okay, so we're going to reserve memory there. We're going to add the arguments. Let's just, by the way, put all this in here. And then we don't need this because we know okay. So we parse command line options. Now, that puts this onto CL somewhere, we're saying, I guess. And then init target options from codegen flags. Now, trigger warning. I'm going to search for this, and it's probably going to take us to a Doxygen page, and we're going to freak out. And then we'll deal with it. All right? Wait, there's a documentation. Look at this documentation. Holy cow. It's one paragraph. Common utility function tightly tied to the options list. Here, initializes a target options with... Did you see how I skipped the Doxygen links in my brain? Look, it's actually somebody typed these sentences. They probably are also extracted from the header file, but at least it's more readable. Initializes a target options object with codegen flags and returns it. The triple is used to determine the default value for options if options are not explicitly specified. Okay. This almost looks like somebody wants me to understand something. Okay, this is good. So now, down here when we say opts, okay, there is spooky action at a distance happening here. See, this is another thing. Part of the reason why this code looked like it wasn't frickin' doing anything is because there was no comment explaining what the fuck was happening here, right? So, for example, way later we call, what is it called? We call init target options from codegen flags, which uses some globals initialized by this command line parsing because LLVM is written by people who love globals for some reason. Okay, so, and I'm going to put a little tag, and I'm going to mention it down here. Okay, we parsed command line options way earlier in the run. That set some globals, and then, in fact, we're going to say, we're going to be more specific because there are command line options in our own program. We called this way earlier in the run. That set some globals, and now those globals are going to affect the value of target options because I guess that is how you write a program for some reason. Okay, so opts target options opts equals init target options from code gen flags with the triple nipple from kids. Okay. Now, first let's make sure that compiles. If that even, oh, well, that's a member of something that I don't even know. I don't even know what that's a member of. No, do we just not have it? It's in command flags.h. Does this get included by someone? Oh, it's LLVM. It's LLVM code gen. Like that? I don't even program in C++ anymore. I don't know. Code gen is not a member of LLVM. It says it is right there. It says this is release 15, so they changed it. All right, well, maybe it's there. Nope. Did I include it? Well, I don't know if I need to include it, because sometimes you need to include it, and sometimes you don't. But let's try. Include command flags.h. Yeah, I don't seem to have that. So we're going to include it and see what happens, because we want our compiler to build even fast. Oh, it doesn't exist. Wait, it's not in support, probably. It's in code gen. Code gen. Boy. Function does not take 1 arguments. It takes no arguments. Okay. That's scary. All right. So now, before we even try to use this to do anything, let's watch all our test. Yeah. Okay. We can't do anything now. It's just completely crashing. Because of course it is. Of course you can't just call init target options from code gen flags. That's ridiculous. It takes no arguments, so I must have passed the arguments incorrectly. Okay. We don't have the source anyway. It doesn't matter. Well, maybe we have to init code gen. Somehow. Code gen get m arch get m get float ABI for calls get blah 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 blah. I don't see any init function. Since I've imported, you wonder if I don't need LLVM code gen. Well, you know what? That is the least of my problems right now. My problem is that I'm not working on food for people who are hungry in the world. Can I change the release? 11.x. All right. So, still LLVM code gen. It has less, dude, it's only 151 lines. In version 15, it's 185 lines. So, yeah, Sag. All right. It's 20% bigger now. And none of that is comments, I'm sure. So, I mean, I still don't see any kind of init function. Except init target options from CodeGen flags. Example. So M is a module. Yeah, guys, I don't... unit test for target options. That's going to be fun. Target options test. Create target machine. The machine. Create pass config. This does not even call the function that we're calling. I mean, this is just looking at the options. Enable IPRA. Who sets IPRA? Create target machine, enable IPRA. This is like, okay. Enable IPRA. x86 target triple. Look up target. They're just filling it out manually. This is skipping the thing that we're trying to do, which is get it from a string. The entire thing that we're trying to do is this. So that doesn't help us. I'm calling before create target machine. Can I not call that before create target machine? Is there something to tell me that I have to call these in a specific order? Because create target machine takes the options as an input. So I would think that I need to produce the options before passing them as an input. Maybe not. It might be the case that it has to go the other way. I don't know. But all right. So do we have to init the CodeGen flags? Is there another step where we init the CodeGen flags from the command line options? Register code gen flags. Create this object with static. Oh, I'm on a Doxygen page again. Stop. Stop. It's true that that other example called register code gen flags, right? No, not that one. This one. What even, dude, we've had so many pages open again. Nope. It is called initialize code gen. I mean, we searched the entire header file for init, and there was no such thing. Take me to the code, please. Register code gen flags. Create this object with static storage to register code. Are you shitting me? What is even happening here? This is the worst API. Are you kidding me? Like, what's wrong? What is wrong with just giving me a return value from the command line arguments parser where the options go? And then I know that I need it, and I can have multiple, and it could be thread safe, and I could put it anywhere I want. Okay, this is not, oh, it's in a namespace, isn't it? It's in code gen. Dude, if that is it, that wasn't, oh wait, that's release. I'm going to debug now. Okay, now we know it's a 5-year-old, dude. It's proof. It's a 5-year-old. That is the stupidest thing I've seen in a long time. You have to randomly declare a variable, and it doesn't even give you an error message. Like, how easy would it have been for them to say, error, you didn't call register code gen flags? Or you didn't randomly declare a variable in your global storage of type register code gen flags. They could have done that. They did not do that. They don't care about you. They don't care about you. Is LLVM created by university students? No, we established it was 5-year-olds. We have incontrovertible proof it's 5-year-olds. It's so crazy because all these C++ people, they get all these super and subclasses and all these class diagrams in their Doxygen, and they're all serious about thinking that they're like doing real good software engineering because objects and templates, right? And then you see that fucking crap, which, like, I would have been embarrassed to do that in any programming language. They're so busy LARPing software engineering that they can't even do real software engineering. I mean, these statements I'm making are too harsh, but I'm allowed because I just wasted 2 hours of my life figuring out what 2 lines of code to type. That is literally what just happened. We're bullying 5-year-olds. Are we going to do another compiler optimization stream? We kind of have to because it got slower again. It made me sad. They actually do try to have an error in command flags.cpp. Don't know what it didn't trigger. Okay. Well, if they tried, I mean, they're only 5. So if they tried, you have to give it to them. Okay, we got it. We got it. And our tests run. Let's see if Sokoban runs. I'm going to have to take a break after this. Dude, I'm so tilted by what we just... Oh, remember this cool stuff we did yesterday when we made entirely new fun gameplay functionality in the game in half an hour, aka 1/4 of the amount of time it just took me to figure out what 2 lines of code to type into LLVM. Remember when we did that? Wasn't that dope? There's an assert. Maybe the library is compiled without asserts. Yeah, because we link the release LLVM, because the debug LLVM takes like 1,000,000 years to compile and is fucking insanely huge. We can't use it. It's just too big and too slow. I forget even how big all the files are if you compile debug LLVM, but it's insane. We were we can't even check this into our source control. Maybe add tag for that struct too. Oh, very good point. Very good point. Very good point. That surely would have happened. And then let's put lots of white space around this. Oh my God. All right. So how do we test that this is actually going to do something, right? We could make a little test that sets the float ABI on a workspace. But the problem is, how do we know, without putting debug information in the compiler, how do we know that it worked? as a okay, there's two things. One is we could just step in the debugger and make sure it works right now. And the other question, that's easy. We could do that. The other question is, how do we make a reproducible test of it without exposing weird LLVM stuff? Can't you just read it as bytes and check orientation? Well, the thing is, we do not. So firstly, we do not give you back any internal data from LLVM right now. We could somehow export that to help people debug, I guess. The problem here is the information's not even necessarily available until late in compilation, because we don't do this until lower to obj, which is like after all the code gets generated. Now, I guess we could think about doing that, but that would be like a whole thing. That would be like, we could add a compiler message that's like LLVM debug data that's like in the protocol. Yeah, you know what? That could be a thing that we could do later, but I do not want to do that right now. It is not germane to shipping this fix. It is germane to like long-term testing of ensuring that this class of features works, but we can make that a separate to-do list item. So what I would like to do for now is just manually confirm that this is going to work. So let me get a little more iced tea from the fridge, and then we will type a test program. And map to specific memory place and check bytes. Yeah, you got to know where that specific memory place is, man, for that to work. Okay, new test program. Import basic main is a thing, and we're gonna have a target is a string, and this is some target program that also does something. I don't know. All right. Now, we're going to import compiler. It's been so long since I've done this, like I don't even know how to use my own stuff. Create workspace, right? So W is compiler, create workspace, target. Options is build options. Options.output executable name is LLVM target test. I don't know. Let's make these names the same. LLVM command line test. Okay, and set build options, right? That's a thing right there. Okay, and then add build string target to W, and then set build options DC. All right. So the whole point of this is to have a command line. I don't even know what the arguments are, right? So the person who reported this was sorry, I'm firing off a reply to someone else. Okay. So he wanted dash MFL, which I guess is a football league or something. MFL. mfloat ABI. I guess the email got cut off. Dash mfloat ABI equals hard or soft or whatever. So we could test this. Mfloat dash ABI equals soft. That's not going to be the default, right? No, we don't need that, right? So we set these options. Now, like I said, I don't really know that we have a way to query this. Okay, command line. Oh, because it's in LLVM, right? Oh, we have to set the back end. Options.backend is LLVM. It's called LLVM options. We should maybe just shorten that name up. Command line. Okay, so command, let's just say command line. We don't need the word options in there again. Okay. It crashed when we tried to run it, which is interesting. Let's take this out. What? Oh! It's not called A. We're running something old, right? Because this, yeah, no, it should be called. Wait, why didn't that work? Why are we building something called A? Okay, now I really don't understand what's going on. Because we set the output executable name, we set the options, we set options for our own thing, like David S. Pumpkins, we're our own thing. We set that to null. We shouldn't be outputting something called A. That doesn't. run main. Oh, that's a good point. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Now we can't find runtime support. I guess default build options is not good. All right. Okay, so now that's fine because we didn't output something called A. We called LLVM command line test. Hello, sailor. Okay, let's delete this executable just so I don't keep getting confused. Okay, so this is all fine. We are setting this option. We're generating an executable. We don't, from this executable, know exactly how to ask what the option is. But we could set a breakpoint now here, and we could look at opts. Hopefully. Now, only, okay, this is workspace 3, which is, I think, the right one. Let's check the name on it. LLVM command line test. Yeah. So good, good. Opts. We're looking for like hard. It's like that movie Get Hard. Float. What was it one called? Float ABI type default. I don't like that. Maybe soft is default. Let's try hard. We're going to get hard. Did anyone ever see that movie? Or did it just bomb? Float ABI type default. So what we're saying is, Kathy Newman, it doesn't work. Now, does it not work because I did something wrong? Okay. Translated array -m float ABI is hard. So it's not working. Can we step into? No, we don't have the source code. We can't afford the source code for this. It's too goddamn big and horrible when you build it in debug mode. I guess we have done that in very I don't know. I mean, we've done it on occasion. It's just, oh, well, we stepped into stringref.h. That's exciting. Oh, wait. We're still in stringref.h. Oh, great. Okay, well. Yeah. Don't you need to pass 2 args at least? I don't know. The documentation would not, it would literally not tell me anything. Yeah, maybe it's ignoring the first argument. All right. Did I remove my breakpoints? I have a breakpoint here. Does it not like Cornholio? It's erroring because it doesn't like Cornholio, I think. Yeah, now it's just exiting. Set it to dash to make sure it's not ignored. Well, like that? Why would I do that? Parse command line argument options has argument for errors. Interesting. We definitely will want to report errors. Okay, it doesn't like the dash either. Let's get that figured out then. Oh my God, I thought I was almost done. And we've got another 3 hours here to figure out how to get the error out. I could feel it. No. Raw O stream. God damn it, dude. Of course it can't just be. What is a raw O stream? Oh my God. Does it have a cast to string? That's all I care about. Tell, return, no, get reserve, set, no, I just want the string. I want the string, please. This is for writing, okay. So we need something that's like subclassed off this fucking thing that lets me read it, because that's just not a thing here. Okay, obviously I don't want to pass it a raw O stream, right? I want to pass it something else. Does anyone know? Standard cout. No, raw O stream is an LLVM class. Raw string O stream. Dude, I used the diagram. This is such a waste of everybody's time. Okay, so as near as I can tell, I do something like the following. LLVM raw string O stream waste of time for other waste of time. Other waste of time is stead string, right? And then was this argument 3? I don't, dude, we have too many tabs. Overview. I don't know what overview means. That's not even, but waste of time is there. And then I'm going to go cout cowabunga other waste of time. Can't believe Bjarne Strostrup is making me type this garbage. Okay, so like that, I don't know. I don't program in C++. I thought cout was a thing. How does this go? Can't you just say cout and then this stuff? Do I have to include something? Do I have to include cout standard : cout is not a member of standard. You guys don't know the standard. IO stream. I need LLVM raw string O stream. You mean this thing that I typed here? I need that. If the first argument starts with a dash, it's not ignored. That's fine. Right now, we need to give the error message to the people anyway. So now when we run this, Cowabunga, unload command line argument -m float ABI equals hard. Okay, that is much better than a mysterious exit. So how do I know if a std string is a std string empty? Returns whether the string is empty. There's a function called empty. Okay, so if not other waste of time empty, we're going to go to C error, LLVM parse command line parse error. Like that. All right. And maybe we'll do something more formal with this later, but that's fine. Did you mean -- float? Okay, it didn't like the single dash. That much is clear. Okay, but now we go back to our test program. We take out the single dash. And now let's see what it says. Now it's fine. It still doesn't work, but it doesn't complain. So now we just have to figure out why it doesn't work, which only could take a year. Oh, it's LLVM command something, right? But that doesn't matter because running it doesn't do anything. I was just typing that out of habit. So running it doesn't do anything. All this happens at compile time. Isn't the command incorrect with the -m? I don't know. It's not complaining about it. Which leads me to believe, what if I do this? Okay, it also doesn't complain about that. So it apparently does not complain about options that it doesn't know. Okay, so this is actually kind of useless. -- float ABI. I mean, is that just a guess or is that what we're supposed to do? Opts. Default. It had no M in it. I know, but like, that was something weird to do with like the dash. Like, it didn't make any sense, right? So here's what it said. Did you mean dash dash float ABI equals hard? But that was for dash, which I don't even, I mean, we could, I don't know what that does either. Okay. What does the single dash do? Ops. It did it. So what's the single dash for? Wait. If I take out the single dash, it's not going to work, is it? Or is it? Maybe we never stepped to this. Ops. It doesn't work. It doesn't work without the dash, guys. Don't you guys know about this movie, though? This is what we're trying to do here. Wikipedia can't afford a higher res bitmap than this one. Okay. It only parses args after a single dash. Maybe. I would love to be told it worked because there are two args. But when we put a random first argument, it didn't work. Did I actually watch that movie? No. No. Okay. What if the first argument will be some crap and not dash? That's like the first thing we tried. We said cornholio. Remember cornholio? We did that. And when we did that, it complained. Oh, now it doesn't. Dude, what is even going on? Now it works. Okay. So why was it... I thought cornholio didn't work. We're going to have to go back and watch the VOD. Guys, we know argv0 is usually the name of the program. What I'm saying is we tried it before and it errored. We tried it and it errored, and now it is not erroring. Dash M float ABI versus dash dash float. Okay. Right. Right. Okay, so maybe cornholio wasn't the problem. Cornholio. Oh! It's okay. This is as if this was the executable name, because we can't imagine things other than that. Okay, try cornholio dash dash help. That is so fucking useless. I am... Like, the fact that they think that this is actually... These error messages should be written as if you're calling them from an executable. It's like So ridiculous. Okay. Okay. Like all error messages in this API, imagine that you are running a program. Pass empty string. All right, let's see what it does. I mean, it just puts empty string here. All right, so I'm just going to leave it this way for now, and we can deliberate. The first argument is the executable name because, of course, psi. Arguments after that actually affect the state used by LLVM. Okay, so we're going to ship this to the people. So now I need to parse the error string to remove that crap. No, I don't need to do that at all. I'm just going to let LLVM is not considered a core part of our compiler for obvious reasons, right? It is something that is very useful ultimately, that we are leaning on to get optimization and targeting other platforms. But in the long term, it just has to be the plan that we have our own backend or that we use some other thing than LLVM, because LLVM is just too banana cakes. It just, we can't do it, dude. Also, LLVM hearts UB, and that is also intolerable. So yeah, it's just ideologically compromised. All right, so I'm just going to put this in regression tests to make sure that we actually can do this. Shouldn't I set argv0 to options.output executable name? No, because that's not the thing that you would run. It's like the wrong thing. Where'd the float ABI go? Oh. You know what? Yeah. All right. You know what? We should call report error on this instead of see error. How do I convert? Do I just go char star from the C string? Is that how that goes? Cannot convert from standard string to, do I go to string dot C stir? I thought in C++ they just love overloaded casting operators. What happened to that? Did they decide that's a bad thing? Oops, it's not called A. All right, let's go back and put So for some reason that one works, but maybe it's again. We need Cornholio back. That's okay. That's fine. I mean, it's really not fine, but it is what it is. Okay. So I'm going to restrain my anger and rename these variables. I left the M. Well, this isn't actually the program. This is the one that we're checking in, so it's fine. Okay, so let's tell the people. Remember, all these happened in like 30 minutes, and then in the subsequent almost 3 hours, we did the following. The LLVM backend now handles command line parsing that can affect various machine options. I don't know how to say that. Various code generation options. Set build options.lvm options.command line. This gets passed to, I'll let other people figure this crap out. So you can use any options handled by that routine. Actually, hold on. That's not really true what I just said. And then we set target options from this later on. So you can use any modification to target options that is designatable by command line arguments, I guess. I guess that's how you would explain what we did, right? Link to VOD, yeah. Okay. We're going to take that W. Let me just make sure one more time that the game actually compiles. And we're going to take that W, and then I'm going to take a break. It's freaking 1 p.m. already. I was like, I'm going to get up so early and program. And like it's 1 p.m. now. That's what happened to my life. All right. Great. Great. Finally, we thank you for all the links, most of which were not the right links, but sometimes they were. So thanks to chat for your participation in this. And there we go. I have a no check-in. In later LLVM versions, it takes this triple. No check-in. Oh, on IO stream. Ugh. Oh, no, we don't need that, right? Standard string doesn't need that. Only. Yeah. Okay. Okay, good. Good. Is that our only no check-in? No chicken. It must be Sunday at Chick-fil-A. All right. So we need to find. So which frickin' Doxygen file was the maximum 5-year-old? Let's just find that again for future reference because it's so funny. Was it for parse command line options? Which one was it? No, it wasn't this one. No, but this one was especially bad. They are all like that, yes, but this one was especially bad. Which one was it? No. Stop. Stop. Oh, yeah, it was this one. Here we go, guys. This is like they think this is programming. They think this is what programming is, guys. Like, this is what we're dealing with. It's just. Like, how are there even this many lines? Like, some of these must be going around like 7 times to get where they're going. Because there like aren't this many things to have this many lines in here. Like, I don't even know where all these are. Like the lines, okay. The lines all end in arrows, right? Or maybe these are going out from here. Okay, these are all outgoing. It's like they don't, like if you're going to write an arrow generator for something like this, the number one thing you would fucking do is like, if you've got 3, 5 arrows coming into the same thing, just like have them merge before they get there. You know what I mean? So that you have one line going in and these things come together. It would still be unreadable, but it would be less unreadable. Like, they don't even bother with that. It's just, what? And these people are so serious. They get these big dour faces on like, you are not a modern programmer and you are irresponsible because you use raw pointers and you do not understand the whatever factorialization of the subclass. And then fucking they make this shit. like what's great is like the the spline generation function like overshoots the edges of the thing. And so they have to clamp it to the edges. But they're clamping it to different edges because you know that they had all these test cases where a bunch of things would shoot out and then all get clamped on top of each other and then be unreadable that way. So they were like, well, we'll pick a seed per arrow and like clamp based on that or something. It's like such complete dog water everywhere. Guys, it's perfectly understandable. Just look at the documentation. Are you stupid? Just look at the documentation. It's right there. How do you not know how to use this system? Just look at the documentation, guys. I just can't take it anymore. Oh my God, it's so bad. It's so bad. Why? 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 All right. Thank you, everybody, for coming by. I'm glad you could be here to learn with me about how to engineer software from the masters. It's really great that the modern internet allows us to share wisdom in this way. Thank you, everybody, and I'll see you later on.